Hello, fellow explorer. I'm glad you found your way here. Welcome to Midnight Explorations, a quiet place for gentle journeys and deep rest. Tonight, we will journey to the world's great deserts, those vast expanses that early maps marked as blank spaces or warned away from with cautionary notes. For the next little while, there's nothing for you to do and nowhere for you to go. Let the day fade into the distance and focus on getting comfortable and breathing deeply. We're going to follow in the footsteps of those who ventured into the seemingly empty quarters, crossing sand seas and stony wastes, following ancient caravan routes and forging new paths where none had been before. Let yourself settle in as we trace these journeys across continents and centuries, discovering how explorers transform fear into knowledge and emptiness into understanding. The deserts we'll visit tonight are not truly empty, though they may have seemed so to those who first attempted to cross them. Each has supported human life for thousands of years, with indigenous peoples developing sophisticated knowledge of water sources, seasonal patterns, and safe routes through terrain that could kill the unprepared. The story of desert exploration is not simply about Europeans or Americans venturing into unknown territory, but about the meeting of different kinds of knowledge, about learning from those who already knew the land, and about the slow, often painful process of outsiders gaining the understanding that local peoples had accumulated over generations. Before we begin our crossings, it helps to understand what makes deserts challenging. The obvious danger is thirst, the simple physical fact that humans need water and that deserts provide little of it. But the challenges extend beyond mere scarcity. Desert travel demands navigation across landscapes with few landmarks, where one dune looks much like another, and where sandstorms can obscure the sun and stars that travelers depend on for orientation. Temperature extremes test both human endurance and equipment, with searing daytime heat giving way to frigid nights. The isolation means that help, if something goes wrong, may be days or weeks away. And the psychological weight of traveling through emptiness, of seeing horizon after horizon with no change, can be as draining as the physical demands. Yet people have crossed deserts throughout human history, driven by trade, by war, by pilgrimage, by curiosity, and sometimes simply by the need to reach what lies on the other side. The stories we'll follow tonight span from medieval caravans moving gold and salt across the Sahara to 20th century explorers using camels and eventually motor vehicles to penetrate the last unmapped corners of Arabia, Australia, and Central Asia. Each journey, in its own way, added to human understanding of these harsh environments and of our own capacity to endure and adapt. Let us begin in North Africa, where the Sahara stretches across nearly a third of the continent, creating both barrier and connection between Mediterranean and the sub-Saharan worlds. Long before European explorers attempted to cross it, the Sahara was crisscrossed by trade routes linking West African kingdoms to North African cities, and ultimately to markets across the Islamic world and Mediterranean Europe. By the 8th through 11th centuries, trans-Saharan caravans moved in regular circuits along several established corridors. The western route ran from Sidi El Masa in southern Morocco, through the salt mines of Tagaza, to the Niger River bend, where cities like Timbuktu and Gao controlled access to West African gold. The central route passed through Ghadames and Gat, connecting Tripoli to the Lake Chad region. Eastern routes ran through Kufra and Fezzan toward both Lake Chad and the Nile Valley. These were not simple paths, but complex networks, with multiple branches and alternative routes that traders chose based on season, political conditions, and market opportunities. At major hubs like Sijilmasa, Taghaza, and Walata, entire commercial seasons revolved around the desert crossing. Winter was the preferred time for the most difficult stretches, when temperatures were more bearable and the risk of lethal heat somewhat reduced. Caravan masters would assemble hundreds of camels, hire guides from Sanhaja Berber and Tuareg clans, whose knowledge of the routes was essential, and make painstaking plans for water supplies. The difference between careful preparation and carelessness could be the difference between an uneventful crossing and catastrophe. The 14th century Moroccan traveller Ibn Battuta left us one of the most detailed accounts of trans-Saharan travel from this period. In 1352, he decided to visit the Mali Empire, joining a caravan that would take him across the western Sahara route. He waited 4 months at Sijilmasa for the right season to depart, using the time to make preparations and to hire a reliable guide. When the caravan finally departed, it moved in a tightly controlled rhythm designed to maximize survival in the harsh environment. The caravan marched during the cool hours, starting well before dawn and traveling through the early morning. The long line of camels stretched across the desert, each animal's load carefully balanced, trade goods on one side, water skins on the other, bundles of supplies secured with rope. The rhythmic padding of camel feet on sand, the creaking of leather, the occasional grunt or complaint from an animal created a constant background to the journey. As the sun climbed higher and temperatures soared, they would stop and rest beneath awnings, waiting out the worst heat of midday. Men would check their camels' feet for stones or injuries, redistribute loads that had shifted, and take the opportunity to repair harnesses or resole sandals worn by the abrasive sand. Late afternoon might see more travel, and sometimes they marched at night when the moon provided enough light. The desert transformed into a landscape of silver and shadow. This pattern continued day after day, the caravan moving like a slow river across an ocean of sand and stone. Ibn Battuta noted passing through the salt mines of Taghaza, where blocks of salt were cut from ancient deposits and loaded onto camels for transport south. The salt trade was fundamental to trans-Saharan commerce, with salt from Saharan mines exchanged in West Africa for gold, slaves, and other goods that would then travel north to Mediterranean markets. Beyond Taghaza lay the most exposed sections of the crossing, where the caravan traveled for days without seeing anything but sand and sky. The journey required roughly 2 months to cross 1,600 kilometers of open desert before reaching the Sahel zone and the first major settlements along the Niger. Ibn Battuta recorded the constant fear that accompanied the travelers: fear of bandits who might attack isolated caravans, fear of disease that could sweep through a group traveling in close quarters, and above all, fear of thirst. A miscalculation about where water could be found, a guide who lost his way, a sandstorm that obscured landmarks. Any of these could doom an entire caravan. Yet despite the dangers, the trade continued for centuries. The economic incentives were too strong, the goods moving across the Sahara too valuable for the routes to be abandoned. Each year, caravans set out, some making the crossing successfully, others disappearing into the desert, their fate recorded only in the worried letters of merchants who never received expected shipments, or the prayers of families who never saw travelers return. The knowledge that enabled these trans-Saharan crossings was not confined to the oral traditions of caravan guides and Bedouin travelers. Islamic scholars and geographers had been documenting the world's geography, including its deserts, for centuries before European exploration began. Figures like al-Idrisi, working in 12th century Sicily, compiled world maps and geographical treatises, that drew on centuries of accumulated knowledge from travelers, merchants, and earlier scholars. Al-Idrisi's great work, the Tabula Rogeriana, created for King Roger II of Sicily in 1154, represented the most advanced geographical knowledge of its time. It described trans-Saharan routes, noted the locations of oases and wells, and documented the peoples and kingdoms that existed along these trade corridors. Earlier scholars like al-Yaqubi in the 9th century and Ibn Hawqal in the 10th century had similarly compiled geographical knowledge drawn from the Islamic world's vast trading networks. These works were not exploration narratives in the Western sense. They did not tell dramatic stories of individuals venturing into the unknown. Instead, they represented the systematic compilation of knowledge from many sources, distilling what was already known from centuries of travel and trade. The distinction matters. Where later European explorers often portrayed themselves as discovering territories unknown to civilization, Islamic geographers documented territories that were well known within their own cultural sphere, even if unknown to European readers. The medieval Islamic geographical tradition established principles of systematic observation and documentation that would later influence European cartography. When European explorers began their own journeys in the 19th century, they were often following routes that Islamic geographers had described centuries earlier, using water sources and landmarks that had been documented in Arabic texts long before Europeans arrived to discover them. These established routes, maintained by centuries of commercial traffic, were what later European explorers would attempt to follow or parallel. In the 19th century, European interest in the Sahara intensified, driven by commercial ambitions, imperial competition, and simple curiosity about regions that remained largely mysterious to Western geography. René Caillié, a Frenchman of modest background but burning ambition, became one of the first Europeans to reach Timbuktu and return alive. In 1827, having spent years learning Arabic and studying Islam, he staged his journey in disguise. Posing as an Egyptian Arab trying to return home, he joined caravans moving through West Africa and across the southern Sahara. The disguise was essential, as European Christians were not welcome in many of the regions he needed to traverse, and earlier explorers who had attempted to reach Timbuktu openly had met violent ends. Caillié's journey from 1827 through 1828 took him through extraordinary hardships. He suffered from scurvy and other illnesses, at times despairing of survival. But his disguise held, his preparations proved adequate, and in April 1828, he entered Timbuktu, the legendary city that had haunted European imagination for centuries. What he found was less magnificent than myth suggested, a trading town of mud brick buildings, dusty and rather ordinary. But his achievement in reaching it, and more importantly, returning to tell the tale, made him famous. Other European explorers followed, using different strategies. Heinrich Barth, a German scholar and explorer, conducted extensive travels in North and West Africa during the 1850s. Barth's approach emphasized careful preparation, respect for local customs, and scientific observation. He employed Tuareg and Arab guides who knew the routes intimately, and he focused not just on geographical discovery, but on documenting the history, culture, and natural history of the regions he passed through. Barth's expeditions often retraced the old caravan paths, moving at the traditional caravan pace that allowed time for observation and for building relationships with local leaders and merchants. But he added scientific instruments, sextants for determining position, chronometers for calculating longitude, thermometers and barometers for recording weather and altitude. and he kept detailed notebooks filled by firelight with astronomical observations, sketches of landscapes and artifacts, and descriptions of the peoples he encountered. These notes would eventually transform into multi-volume works that turned the oral wayfinding knowledge of Saharan peoples into lines on European maps and data in European archives. Before we move beyond the Sahara entirely, we should follow the journeys of Gustav Nachtigall, whose explorations of the Central Sahara in the 1860s and 70s represented a different kind of desert crossing. Not a race across known routes, but a systematic investigation of regions that had remained largely unknown to European geography. Nachtigall, a German physician and explorer, began his journey from Tripoli in 1869. His route would take him south through Fezzan, then deeper into the Sahara toward Tibesti and Borku, regions that few Europeans had visited and none had documented systematically. The expedition would last until 1874. 5 years of patient travel through some of the harshest terrain in the Sahara. Unlike explorers who pushed quickly across deserts to reach destinations on the far side, Nachtigall moved slowly, stopping for extended periods to observe, to record, to build relationships with local leaders and merchants. He traveled with small parties, often dependent on the hospitality of desert communities for survival. In the Tibesti Mountains, a volcanic highland rising from the Sahara, he documented landscapes and peoples that were entirely unknown to European science. Nachtigall's approach emphasized systematic observation over dramatic achievement. He measured, he sketched, he collected specimens. Each day brought new observations to record: the particular quality of sandstone in a cliff face, the species of acacia growing in a wadi, the direction of prevailing winds judged from dune formations. He learned languages and gathered oral histories, sitting with local elders to hear accounts of ancient migrations and long-abandoned caravan routes. He noted climate patterns, vegetation, geology, and the movements of peoples and goods through these remote regions. His botanical specimens were pressed between sheets of paper carried specifically for that purpose, each carefully labeled with location and date. Rock samples were wrapped and packed into saddlebags, accumulating weight that made his camels grumble. His journals filled with details that would take years to compile into published accounts, but that provided the foundation for understanding the Central Sahara as something more than a blank space on maps. The hardships were considerable, but endured without drama. Illness, thirst, the constant negotiation with guides and local authorities, the slow progress across difficult terrain, these were simply the conditions of the work. Nachtigall's nighttime camps were places of quiet labor, writing up notes by lamplight, pressing plant specimens, preparing rock samples for eventual transport back to Europe. The work transformed the Central Sahara from mystery into documented geography, one observation at a time. The transition from camel caravans to mechanical transport began in the early 20th century. The French military, seeking to establish control over their Saharan territories, experimented with motor vehicles that might move faster and carry more than traditional camel trains. These early experiments culminated in the dramatic Citroën expeditions of the 1920s. The Citroën Haute-Audouin-Dubreuil Sahara expedition of 1922 through 23 demonstrated that motorized vehicles could cross the Great Desert. The expedition left Algiers in December 1922, using 5 half-track vehicles, part truck, part Caterpillar tractor, specifically designed for desert conditions. The vehicles were nicknamed the Golden Scarab and its sisters, and they represented the cutting edge of automotive technology adapted for extreme environments. The route stitched together a series of French military posts: Algiers to El Golea, then south to Insala, across to Tamanrasset in the Hoggar Mountains, and finally north again to Gao and Timbuktu. The total distance was roughly 3,100 to 3,200 kilometers, covered in 20 to 21 days, a pace that would have been impossible for camel caravans. Every evening, the expedition camp became what might be called a mechanical caravanserai. Fuel drums were unloaded and arranged, canvas tents erected, and cameras set up to document the day's progress. The expedition was as much about publicity and demonstrating French technological prowess as about exploration, and careful attention was paid to creating a visual record of the crossing. The vehicles broke down repeatedly, requiring repairs that often took hours. Sand got into everything: engines, transmissions, bearings. The heat was punishing for both machines and men. Yet the expedition succeeded, arriving at Timbuktu in early January 1923. The symbolic importance was immense. A route that had taken months by camel had been crossed in weeks by motor vehicle. The Sahara, it seemed, could be conquered by modern technology. The success inspired follow-up expeditions, including the Citroën Black Cruise of 1924 through 25, when half-tracks drove from North Africa all the way to Madagascar. These expeditions helped cement the idea that deserts were no longer absolute obstacles, but corridors that could be traversed with proper equipment. The night scenes in the Sahara were changing. Where once there had been camel bells and star navigation, now there were engine noises, headlamps cutting through darkness, and radio telegraph sets tapping messages across the sand. In the decades that followed, road building accelerated. Military convoys crisscrossed the desert during the Second World War, and eventually commercial trucking traced the same lines that caravans had followed. The trans-Saharan routes still exist, but they're now traveled by Toyota Land Cruisers and heavy trucks rather than by camels, and the dangers, while still real, are different. Vehicle breakdowns, banditry, political instability, rather than simply dying of thirst between wells. The 1930s saw a different kind of Saharan exploration, this time focused on the Libyan desert, that vast expanse of sand and rock stretching west of the Nile and south from the Mediterranean coast. The introduction of motor vehicles capable of desert travel opened new possibilities, and a remarkable series of expeditions began mapping and documenting regions that had defeated earlier attempts at penetration. The Libyan desert presented unique challenges. Unlike the Western or Central Sahara, with its scattered oases and occasional wells, the Libyan desert contained vast sand seas, with almost no water and few landmarks. Navigation was extraordinarily difficult, and the risks of becoming lost were severe. But the same emptiness held promise. Here might be found prehistoric sites and geological features that elsewhere had been obscured by later human activity. Among the most significant discoveries was the Gilf Kebir, a massive sandstone plateau rising from the desert, surrounded by cliffs and accessible only through a few difficult routes. In 1932, explorers including the Hungarian aristocrat Laszlo Almasi began systematically investigating the Gilf Kebir and its surrounding wadis. What they found astonished them: cave paintings and rock art depicting cattle, giraffes, and human figures, evidence that this now utterly arid region had once supported substantial human populations and diverse wildlife. The Cave of Swimmers, discovered in the Gilf Kebir region, contained particularly striking images of human figures apparently swimming or floating in water, surrounded by depictions of an environment rich in life. These paintings dated back thousands of years to when the Sahara was wetter, when lakes and rivers flowed through valleys that are now dry wadis filled with sand. The discoveries revealed deep time, showing that the desert's current state was not permanent, but represented just one phase in cycles of climate change spanning millennia. The exploration of the Libyan desert proceeded cautiously, with careful planning of routes between fuel depots and supply caches. Evening camps were technical affairs, with vehicle maintenance competing with archaeological documentation for the explorers' attention. The work was transforming understanding not just of geography, but of human prehistory and climate history, showing that deserts were not unchanging wastelands, but dynamic environments that had supported thriving cultures in the past and might do so again in the future. Returning to Arabia before the empty quarter crossings that we discussed earlier, we should pause to consider Charles Montague Doughty, whose travels in the 1870s established a different model for Arabian exploration. Doughty was not primarily seeking geographical discoveries or racing to be first across unmapped regions. Instead, he sought immersion in Arabian life and culture, traveling slowly and observing carefully. Doughty joined the Damascus pilgrimage caravan in 1876, accompanying it southward into Arabia, before branching off to spend nearly 2 years wandering through the northwestern regions of the peninsula. He lived among Bedouin groups, learned Arabic, and filled notebooks with observations of every aspect of the life he witnessed. His approach was more anthropological than geographical, more interested in how people lived in the desert than in mapping routes or claiming discoveries. The book that eventually emerged from these travels, Travels in Arabia Deserta, published in 1888, became one of the most influential works on Arabia. Doughty wrote in an archaic biblical style that modern readers find challenging, but that conveyed something of the timeless quality perceived in Arabian desert life. The book emphasized patience, respect, and the deep knowledge possessed by peoples who had lived in these environments for countless generations. For later explorers like Thesiger, Doughty's work provided not just practical information, but an approach to desert travel that valued understanding over achievement. The long evening conversations Doughty recorded, the detailed observations of camp life, the careful attention to water sources and seasonal migrations. These became templates for how to engage with the desert and its peoples, rather than simply passing through. Let us turn now to the Arabian Peninsula, to another great desert that challenged explorers with its scale and harshness. The Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter, occupies much of the southern third of the Arabian Peninsula. It is one of the largest sand deserts in the world, a sea of dunes and gravel plains where summer temperatures can exceed 50 degrees Celsius and where water is scarce even by desert standards. Before Western explorers turned their attention to the empty quarter, Bedouin groups including the Rashid, the Manasir and the Murrah traversed it seasonally. These were not permanent residents. No one lives permanently in the deep desert, but groups who knew the location of rare wells, who understood where grazing might be found after rains, and who moved across the sands for trade, for raiding, and sometimes for pilgrimage. Their knowledge of the desert was profound, encoded in oral traditions passed from generation to generation. They could read signs in the sand that outsiders couldn't even see, the age of camel tracks, the direction of prevailing winds from dune shapes, the likelihood of finding water at a particular location based on vegetation or the behavior of birds. The edges of the empty quarter, where the deep sands gave way to gravel plains or to oasis settlements, served as staging grounds for anyone venturing into the interior. Places like Liwa in what is now the United Arab Emirates, Mugshin in Oman, and Sulayl in Saudi Arabia were where men haggled over the hire of camels, where water prices were negotiated, and where guides assessed whether it was safe to push deeper into a territory where a single lost well might doom an entire party. The first documented western crossing of the Rub al-Khali was made by Bertram Thomas, a British civil servant working in the Persian Gulf region. In 1930-31, Thomas organized an expedition with Rashid Bedouin guides, traveling from the Dhofar coast of Oman northwestward toward Qatar. The route took him through the heart of the empty quarter, across endless dunes and across the fears that any traveler in such terrain must face. Thomas relied heavily on astronomical navigation, taking star sightings with his instruments to determine position. But the instruments alone would not have been enough. He depended even more on his Bedouin guides, who possessed knowledge that no sextant could provide. On wind-scraped nights, Thomas recorded in his journals how his guides read the desert, the alignment of dune ridges, the shape of clouds, the faintest traces of old camel tracks, to keep the party on course and to ensure they reached water before their supplies ran out. The crossing was successful, and Thomas returned to write about his experiences, bringing the empty quarter into Western geographical knowledge in a new way. But his success prompted others to attempt similar crossings, each seeking to add their own names to the short list of those who had traversed the desert. Harry St. John Philby, a British civil servant who had converted to Islam and become an advisor to Ibn Saud, the founder of Saudi Arabia, made his own journeys into the empty quarter in 1932 and 33. Philby's expeditions combined political reconnaissance with geographical survey. He was gathering information for Ibn Saud about these remote territories, while also pursuing his own interest in exploration and natural history. During one of these journeys, Philby documented the Waba impact craters, mysterious circular depressions in the desert surrounded by blackened sand and fragments of meteoritic iron and glass. Local legend spoke of a lost city destroyed by divine punishment, a story that Philby heard around campfires. He and his companions examined the site, collecting samples of the glassy pearls scattered around the craters. Around the flickering campfire at Waba, Philby and his companions speculated on whether they were looking at the remains of a fallen star or something else entirely. The discovery linked desert legend with emerging geological science, as Philby realized he was examining evidence of meteoritic impact. The most famous crossings of the empty quarter were made by Wilfred Thesiger between 1946 and 1950. Thesiger, the son of a British diplomat, had been drawn to Arabia since his youth. He worked nominally for a British anti-locust research unit, using this position to justify his presence in the region. But his real motivation, as he later admitted, was personal. He was chasing the appeal of hardship, the attraction of a way of life that he believed was disappearing, and the deep companionship that formed between men who depend entirely on one another in a landscape that offers no forgiveness for mistakes. Thesiger's first major crossing began from Salalah on the southern coast of Oman in 1946. With his Rashid guides, he traveled through Mugshin, crossed the towering dunes of the Uruk Ash Sheba, reached the Liwa oasis, and finally arrived at Abu Dhabi on the Persian Gulf coast. The journey took weeks, much of it spent in landscapes of extraordinary emptiness. Between wells, the party might go for 20 days without finding water, the absolute limit of what camels could carry and what men could endure. Every decision on such a journey carried weight. Which direction to take when faced with a choice of routes? His Rashid guides would debate among themselves, one man arguing for a route that followed a particular line of dunes because he remembered his father describing a well in that direction, another preferring to angle toward distant Jebel peaks, where rain sometimes collected in rock basins, whether to risk pushing forward to a distant well or to turn back while water remained. The camel's condition was constantly assessed. Were they still strong enough for another waterless march, or showing signs of dangerous exhaustion? How to distribute the remaining water when supplies ran low? Thesiger recorded the agonizing arithmetic. So many goat skins remaining, so many days' march estimated to the next water, so much for the men, so much for the camels, and always the question of whether their estimates were accurate. Thesiger and his guides made these calculations every night, sitting around small fires of camel thorn, knowing that a wrong choice could mean death for the whole party. Thesiger's second major crossing in 1947 through 48 took a different route, pushing through the western sands near Jebel Tuwaik and Sulayil. This route proved politically sensitive, as it brought the party near settled areas where the presence of a British party with Rashid tribesmen raised suspicions and hostility. At one point, Thesiger had to send a telegram of apology to King Ibn Saud to smooth over the tensions. The incident revealed how exploration in the Empty Quarter was not just about navigating physical terrain, but about negotiating the complex politics of tribal territories and emerging nation-states. Thesiger's book, Arabian Sands, published in 1959, distilled his experiences into prose that conveyed not just the physical facts of the crossings, but something of their atmosphere and meaning. He wrote of long nights with his companions, of drifting camel shadows and whispered tribal poetry, of the knowledge that this way of life, the Bedouin existence in the deep desert, was ending. Oil exploration was bringing roads, vehicles, and new economic structures that would make the traditional desert crossings obsolete. Thesiger was documenting a way of life at its twilight. More recently, the Empty Quarter has seen a different kind of crossing. In January through February 2020, Italian ultra-endurance explorer Max Calderon completed a solo crossing on foot from west to east, covering roughly 1,100 kilometers across the widest part of the Rub al-Khali in about 16 to 18 days. Calderon marched mostly at night to avoid daytime heat that could reach 36 degrees Celsius. He carried his supplies, navigated by GPS, and communicated via satellite phone. His account mentions hallucinations from the isolation and exertion, encounters with dunes up to 300 meters high, and nights so quiet that even the traditional signs of life that Bedouin travelers would have looked for, tracks, animal droppings, distant fires, were largely absent. The crossing became as much a psychological test as a physical one, a confrontation with emptiness that modern equipment could mitigate but not entirely eliminate. From Arabia, let us travel now to the Australian continent, where the interior presented European colonists with deserts of a different character. Where the Sahara and Arabian deserts had long traditions of cross-desert trade and travel, Australia's deserts remained largely the domain of Aboriginal peoples until well into the 19th century. Long before Europeans arrived, Aboriginal peoples maintained songlines and footpaths across what Europeans would later label the Great Victoria, Gibson, Great Sandy, and Simpson deserts. These songlines were not simple trails but complex cultural and navigational systems, encoding knowledge about waterholes, seasonal food sources, sacred sites, and the relationships among different countries. The songs and stories associated with these paths contained practical information essential for survival, passed down through generations. Later, European explorers survived only when they respected this knowledge and learned from Aboriginal guides. Early colonial attempts to penetrate Australia's interior were often disasters. European assumptions about what the land should be like, expectations of rivers, of fertile valleys, of an inland sea, repeatedly proved wrong. The continent's interior was not a lush paradise, but a harsh environment of salt lakes, sand ridges, and scattered waterholes that dried up seasonally or even disappeared for years during droughts. Edward John Eyre in the 1840s and Charles Sturt in 1844 through 46 made early forays that skirted the harshest dune fields, but began to dispel the myths about Australia's interior. Sturt, in particular, sought the fabled inland sea, convinced by the presence of rivers flowing inland that they must lead to some great body of water. His expedition pushed deep into central Australia, enduring extreme heat and scurvy, before being forced to turn back without finding any inland sea. The continent's centre, he realised, was not water, but more desert. The Burke and Wills expedition of 1860 became one of the most famous and tragic episodes in Australian exploration. Robert O'Hara Burke, a police officer with no previous exploration experience, was appointed to lead an expedition from Melbourne north to the Gulf of Carpentaria and back, crossing the continent. The expedition was conceived partly as a race against a competing South Australian expedition, and this competitive pressure influenced many of the decisions Burke would make. The expedition left Melbourne in August 1860 with 19 men, 25 camels imported from India, and supplies for 2 years. The plan was to establish a chain of supply depots along the route, allowing the main party to move quickly while secure in the knowledge that supplies waited behind them. Burke pushed ahead aggressively, establishing depots but then racing forward with a small advance party, leaving the slower bulk of the expedition behind. Burke's advance group reached the mangrove swamps near the Gulf of Carpentaria in early 1861. They had successfully crossed the continent from south to north, a major achievement. But the return journey became a nightmare. The party was exhausted and running low on supplies. They struggled back across desert country toward their supply depot at Cooper Creek, where they expected to find the remainder of their expedition and fresh supplies. The depot at Cooper Creek had been occupied by a group led by William Brahe, with instructions to wait for Burke's return. But as months passed, with no word from Burke, and with Brahe's own party running low on supplies and suffering from scurvy, Brahe made the agonizing decision to abandon the depot and return south. The men at the depot had waited far longer than originally planned, their own health deteriorating as supplies dwindled. They had scanned the northern horizon daily for any sign of the returning party, but the empty landscape offered no answers. Finally, with men too weak to continue waiting indefinitely, Brahe gave the order to pack up. He left on the morning of April 21st, 1861, burying some supplies in a marked cache and leaving a message carved on a coolabah tree indicating the depot's abandonment and the direction the party had taken. Burke's party arrived at Cooper Creek that same afternoon, only hours after Brahe had departed. They found the buried supplies, but not the rescue party they had hoped for. Exhausted, starving, and with their camels dying, Burke, Wills, and John King struggled to survive. They did not head south immediately, perhaps hoping that another relief party would arrive. Instead, they tried to make it to a pastoral station to the southwest, failing in the attempt. Burke and Wills both died of starvation and exhaustion. John King survived with the help of local Aboriginal people, who fed him and sheltered him until a relief expedition finally reached Cooper Creek months later. The tragedy shocked colonial Australia and prompted inquiries into what had gone wrong. The findings were clear: poor planning, Burke's impulsive leadership, inadequate attention to Aboriginal knowledge of the country, and sheer bad luck in the timing of the missed rendezvous had combined to turn achievement into disaster. In Australia, while Burke and Will's tragic expedition captured public attention, it was John McDougall Stewart who actually achieved the first successful south-to-north crossing of the continent. Stewart, a Scottish-born surveyor and explorer, had been attempting to cross Australia since the late 1850s, learning from each failed attempt and gradually pushing farther north. Stewart's successful crossing in 1861 through 1862 came after several earlier attempts that had been turned back by lack of water, hostile encounters, or simple exhaustion. Unlike Burke, who raced northward with a large expedition, Stewart travelled with small parties, rarely more than 2 or 3 companions, moving cautiously and always ensuring they could retreat to known water sources if necessary. The journey was not dramatic in the way Burke and Will's disaster was dramatic, but it demonstrated something more valuable: that careful planning, respect for the environment, and willingness to turn back when conditions demanded could achieve what haste and bravado could not. Stewart's party suffered greatly, with illness and near starvation at various points, but they managed their resources carefully enough to survive. Stewart's route, surveyed and mapped as he travelled, would eventually become the basis for the overland telegraph line connecting southern and northern Australia, a crucial piece of infrastructure for the young colony. But perhaps more importantly, Stewart demonstrated that systematic exploration, repeated attempts, learning from failures, building on accumulated knowledge, could succeed where single heroic efforts failed. His nighttime camps were working camps, with survey equipment carefully maintained and observations recorded even when the party was exhausted and ill. The data Stewart collected about water sources, about Aboriginal routes, about the character of the country, proved invaluable for later travellers and for settlement planning. The crossing was an ending. The continent had been traversed, but also a beginning, establishing that the interior, while harsh, was not an impenetrable barrier. Later expeditions learned from Burke and Will's mistakes. Ernest Giles, exploring in the 1870s, paid careful attention to Aboriginal information about water sources and travelled with camels that could carry enough water for extended journeys between wells. In 1875, Giles achieved a direct overland east-west crossing from South Australia to Western Australia, using camels provided by Thomas Elder, a wealthy pastoralist who sponsored several expeditions. Giles's party of 5 men and 19 camels departed from Port Augusta in May 1875. The route took them through what are now known as the Great Victoria and Gibson Deserts, territories that Giles had attempted to cross in earlier, unsuccessful expeditions. The challenge was finding water. In some stretches, the party travelled for more than 300 miles, about 500 kilometres, without locating any reliable water source. The situation became desperate. They were on the verge of slaughtering camels and drinking the liquid from their stomachs, a desperate measure that might have kept the men alive for a few more days, but would have doomed any chance of continuing. Then, almost by accident, they discovered a hidden lake, a large rock pool filled with water, perhaps from recent rains, perhaps from some underground source. The discovery came when one of the men, climbing a rocky outcrop to scan for any sign of vegetation that might indicate moisture, saw sunlight glinting off water in a depression below. The shout that went up brought the whole party scrambling toward the spot. The pool was real, not a mirage. Cool, clear water collecting in a natural basin in the rock. Giles named it Queen Victoria Spring, and that water saved the expedition. The men drank their fill, then methodically watered each camel, allowing the animals to drink slowly so they wouldn't founder. They were able to rest for 2 days at the spring, to water the camels properly, to refill every water container they carried, and to continue westward with renewed hope. The party eventually reached Perth, having proved that camels could carry heavy loads across Australian deserts, and that routes could be pieced together from Aboriginal knowledge, from careful observation, and from sheer persistence. Giles made additional journeys, including a double crossing, where he returned eastward via a more northerly route through the Murchison and Ashburton regions, pushing through the Gibson Desert terrain that had turned him back in 1874. His journals from these expeditions read like survival manuals, filled with descriptions of finding water in seemingly impossible locations, of nursing failing camels, of the psychological challenge of continuing day after day through unchanging landscapes of red sand and spinifex grass. By the early 20th century, the broad outline of Australia's desert regions was known, but detailed scientific investigation had barely begun. Cecil Madigan's 1939 Simpson Desert Crossing set out with explicitly scientific goals. Madigan assembled a team of 9 men, including a geologist, a botanist, a biologist, a photographer, and a radio operator. The expedition was not primarily about going where no one had been before. Aboriginal people knew the Simpson intimately, and some pastoral stations existed on its edges, but about documenting the desert scientifically. The team travelled with 19 camels from Anderdo Station to Birdsville, covering about 558 kilometres. Madigan had surveyed the Simpson from the air in 1929, using an aircraft to define the desert's margins and to observe its parallel dune patterns from above. This aerial reconnaissance gave him a mental map before attempting the ground crossing, a significant advantage over earlier explorers who had to deduce the landscape structure from ground level. The crossing revealed the Simpsons' distinctive character. The team claimed to cross 743 sand ridges, the long, parallel dunes that run roughly north-south across the desert. Often they camped in the lee of these dunes, sheltering from wind while dealing not only with heat, but with unexpected challenges like boggy conditions after winter rains. The parallel dunes made for exhausting travel, as the party had to climb up one side and descend the other, again and again, with loaded camels struggling through soft sand. Around their evening fires, Madigan's party logged specimens and recorded field notes that began transforming the Simpson from a blank on maps into a catalogue of plant communities, landforms, and animal life. They documented the vegetation patterns, noting how different plants occupied different positions relative to the dunes. They collected geological samples and tried to understand the desert's formation. They observed and recorded the wildlife, from lizards to birds to the occasional dingo tracks. The expedition's work effectively inaugurated modern scientific study of Australia's dune seas. The knowledge they gathered would inform later ecological and geological research, and the route they pioneered would eventually become known as the Madigan Line, followed by four-wheel drive enthusiasts decades later, when vehicles became capable of traversing the Simpsons dunes. Let us shift our attention now from hot deserts to cold, from the sand and stone of Africa, Arabia, and Australia, to the gravel plains and dune fields of Central Asia. The Gobi, stretching across Mongolia and northern China, functions as both steppe and desert, varying from bare gravel to sand dunes, to areas of sparse grass that can support grazing animals seasonally. For centuries, the Gobi served as a corridor for Mongol, Chinese, Tibetan, and Central Asian traders and armies. The Silk Road passed along its edges and sometimes through its less hostile sections. But systematic scientific traverses of the Gobi began relatively late, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as Russian, Chinese, and European explorers sought to understand the region's geology, archaeology, and climate. Early Western travelers like the Swedish explorer Sven Hedin crossed the Gobi using methods little different from those of Asian travelers for centuries: camel caravans, local guides, and careful planning about where water could be found. Hedin made multiple expeditions in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, documenting dunes, dry lake beds, and the fierce windstorms that could strip a camp bare in minutes. His accounts emphasized the Gobi's variability. One day might bring choking dust storms, the next bitter cold, the next searing sun. The American Museum of Natural History's Central Asiatic expeditions, led by Roy Chapman Andrews in the 1920s, turned the Gobi into something new. A desert explored primarily in pursuit of fossils and traces of early human presence, rather than for trade routes or strategic intelligence. Andrews, a charismatic figure who had already led expeditions to the Arctic and Southeast Asia, convinced the museum and private donors to fund a major scientific effort in Mongolia and adjacent areas of China. The expeditions ran from 1922 through 1930, with multiple field seasons bringing teams of paleontologists, geologists, zoologists, and support staff into remote areas on the Mongolia-China border. They used convoys of Dodge trucks, some of the first extensive use of motor vehicles for scientific exploration in Central Asia, supplemented by camel trains for carrying supplies to areas where vehicles could not go. One of their most famous discoveries came at a site called the Flaming Cliffs, known locally as Bayanzag, where red-orange sandstone formations create a dramatic landscape. Here, in the summer of 1923, the expedition uncovered fossil dinosaur eggs, the first such finds ever scientifically documented. The discovery happened when a photographer, wandering through the eroded badlands looking for a good vantage point for a landscape shot, noticed what looked like fragments of eggshell weathering out of the sandstone. Closer examination revealed complete eggs, some still arranged in what appeared to be nests. The expedition paleontologists were electrified. They had found direct evidence of dinosaur reproduction, something that had been theorized but never proven. The discovery made headlines worldwide, with newspapers featuring illustrations of the ancient eggs and speculating about what dinosaur parenting might have looked like. Previous finds of fossil eggs had been attributed to other animals or dismissed as unusual rocks, but the Central Asiatic expeditions found nests containing eggs alongside skeletons of small dinosaurs, proving beyond doubt what they were seeing. The expeditions operated in politically unstable territory. This was the era of shifting power in China, with warlords controlling different regions and the central government often unable to exert authority far from major cities. Mongolia itself was in transition, having declared independence from China with Soviet support. The expedition members had to navigate not just the physical challenges of desert travel, but political complexities, banditry, civil wars, and ever-shifting border controls. Nights in their camps often involved posting sentries, circling the vehicles for protection, and stacking fossil crates near fires where they could be guarded. But the same nights also saw scientific work continuing by lantern light, with paleontologists carefully labeling bones and rock samples beside their tents. Under the glare of carbide lamps, paleontologists and geologists labeled bones and rock samples beside their tents, turning each traverse between wells into a moving field laboratory where scientific observations were recorded, specimens catalogued, and photographic documentation maintained throughout. The discoveries reshaped understanding of dinosaur reproduction and desert prehistory. The fossils showed that dinosaurs had laid eggs like modern reptiles and birds, and that some had created nests and perhaps cared for their young. The geological context helped establish the age of various formations and revealed that the Gobi region had been much wetter during the age of dinosaurs, with rivers and lakes that had since vanished. Other national teams followed in later decades. Japanese, Polish, Russian, Chinese, and Korean expeditions returned to sites Andrews had discovered and opened new ones. They refined excavation techniques and brought increasingly sophisticated analytical methods to bear on the fossils. By mid-century, the Gobi was no longer an anonymous empty space, but a celebrated fossil desert, with its night camps haunted less by the fear of getting lost than by the excitement of what might emerge from the next day's trench. Beyond the Gobi, Central Asia's deserts include the Taklamakan, a vast sand desert in the Tarim Basin of what is now Xinjiang, China. The Taklamakan presented different challenges and opportunities than the Gobi. Where the Gobi had fossils, the Taklamakan had archaeology, the remains of Silk Road cities that had been abandoned and partially buried by advancing sands. In the early 20th century, several expeditions ventured into the Taklamakan, seeking these lost cities. The Swedish explorer Sven Hedin, who had earlier worked in the Gobi, led expeditions into the Taklamakan in the early 1900s. British archaeologist Aurel Stein conducted several expeditions between 1900 and the 1930s, systematically excavating sites and recovering manuscripts, artifacts, and architectural remains. The work required different skills than pure geographical exploration. The expeditions moved slowly between oases, carrying archaeological equipment and preparing for extended stays at promising sites. When they found ruins, often just walls or towers emerging from sand, they would establish camps and begin careful excavation and documentation. The discoveries were extraordinary. At sites like Nia, Lulan, and Miran, the expeditions uncovered evidence of flourishing cities that had been abandoned more than 1,000 years earlier when climate change diverted rivers and dried up the agricultural land that supported them. Manuscripts in various languages, including many Buddhist texts, emerged from the dry sand in remarkably good condition. Frescoes and sculptures showed the artistic traditions that had flourished along the Silk Road. The nighttime work at these sites involved careful cataloguing and preservation. Manuscripts had to be protected from moisture and handling damage. Artifacts needed to be sketched and photographed before being packed for transport. The slow accumulation of knowledge about these sites revealed the Taklamakan not as a timeless wasteland, but as a region that had seen cycles of civilization and abandonment as climate and water availability shifted. This work transformed understanding of the Silk Road and of cultural exchange between East and West. The cities buried in the Taklamakan had been crucial nodes in trade and religious transmission. The manuscripts and artifacts recovered showed how Buddhism, Christianity, and other traditions had moved along these routes. The exploration was as much about recovering cultural memory as about mapping unknown terrain. The exploration of Central Asian deserts was not solely a Western European undertaking. Russian imperial expansion southward and eastward brought Russian explorers and surveyors into the region throughout the 19th century. Russian expeditions surveyed vast territories in what are now Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, documenting desert landscapes, mapping routes, and establishing the geographical knowledge that would underpin Russian imperial control. These expeditions operated under different political and cultural frameworks than their Western European counterparts. Russian explorers were extending an empire that shared land borders with the territories being explored, rather than arriving by ship from distant homelands. They often had more sustained contact with local populations and sometimes greater integration with existing trade networks. The geographical and ethnographic knowledge they gathered served immediate administrative purposes: where to establish forts, how to move troops, which local leaders to cultivate as allies. The Russian expeditions contributed substantially to geographical knowledge of Central Asian deserts, though their reports were often published in Russian and circulated less widely in Western Europe than the accounts of British, German, or French explorers. This created a situation where different imperial powers were simultaneously exploring and documenting the same or adjacent regions, sometimes cooperating but often competing, with their findings shaped by the different purposes their expeditions served. The Great Game, the strategic rivalry between Russian and British empires in Central Asia, meant that exploration was never purely scientific, but always carried political implications. Routes surveyed, resources documented, and alliances formed with local populations all served broader imperial purposes. Yet the geographical and scientific knowledge generated was real, contributing to understanding of these desert regions even as it served imperial ambitions. Finally, let us turn to the American Southwest, where deserts of a different character presented their own challenges to exploration, and where the story of indigenous knowledge being ignored or learned by European and American newcomers played out with particular clarity. Indigenous peoples across the Sonoran, Mojave, and Chihuahuan deserts, including the Tohono, or O'odham, Apache, Hopi, Zuni, and Navajo, maintained intricate trail networks connecting springs, seasonal rivers, and trading centers. They used sophisticated water harvesting techniques, including wells, irrigation systems, and knowledge of which plants indicated water near the surface. These practices made year-round desert living possible in regions that seemed impossibly dry to newcomers. Many 19th century US survey parties survived only because they followed indigenous trails or relied on native guides, often after their own route choices had led them into waterless basins or impassable canyons. The history of American Southwest exploration is filled with near disasters where parties that had ignored local advice found themselves without water, forced to backtrack, or saved only by luck. Before American Southwest exploration became formalized under US government surveys, Spanish colonial authorities sponsored expeditions to extend their knowledge and control northward from Mexico. These expeditions, while often ignored in English-language exploration narratives, were significant in establishing routes that would later be used by American explorers and settlers. Juan Bautista de Anza's expeditions in the 1770s exemplify this earlier phase of desert crossing. Anza, a Spanish military officer born in what is now Sonora, Mexico, led two major expeditions from Sonora to Alta California, establishing an overland route that would allow colonization of the California coast without complete dependence on sea transport. The expeditions required negotiating with numerous indigenous groups along the route, learning where water could be found in desert and mountain crossings, and establishing relationships that would allow safe passage. Unlike later explorers, who often portrayed themselves as venturing into the unknown, Anza's expeditions explicitly relied on indigenous knowledge, hiring guides who knew the terrain and the location of reliable water sources. The second Anza expedition in 1775 through 76 brought not just soldiers and friars, but families, men, women, and children, along with livestock, from Sonora to establish permanent settlements in California. The logistics of moving such a group across desert and mountain terrain were considerable, requiring careful planning of daily marches, constant attention to water and grazing for animals, and maintaining morale through months of difficult travel. Evening camps on these expeditions were communities in motion, with families preparing meals, soldiers maintaining watch, and Anza consulting with guides about the next day's route. The expeditions succeeded in establishing what would become San Francisco and other California settlements, demonstrating that desert routes could support not just exploration, but sustained travel and supply of distant colonies. These Spanish-era expeditions remind us that desert exploration in North America didn't begin with Anglo-American explorers, but built on centuries of indigenous knowledge and on Spanish colonial expansion that had been mapping and crossing southwestern deserts for more than 2 centuries before American independence. In the mid-19th century, US Army exploring expeditions and railroad surveys treated the Southwest deserts as both obstacle and opportunity. Officers like John C. Fremont conducted multiple expeditions in the 1840s, documenting water sources, mountain passes, and potential wagon routes across the basin and range country. These expeditions were not purely scientific. They served American expansionist goals, providing information useful for potential settlement and military operations. The surveying work intensified in the 1850s and 60s as the US government commissioned specific surveys to find potential railroad routes to the Pacific. Congress authorized surveys along several parallel routes, including the 32nd and 35th parallels, forcing surveyors to make some of the first instrumented crossings of areas like the Mojave Desert and the High Chihuahuan Plateau. These surveys combined military personnel, civilian scientists, artists, and guides. Evening camps on these journeys were scenes of intense activity. Surveyors conducted triangulation checks by lantern light, using their instruments to establish precise positions. Artists sketched silhouettes of mesas and mountains that would later be turned into illustrations for official reports. Teamsters dried boots hardened by alkali flats and repaired harnesses damaged by the rough travel. And around fires, people shared stories about mirages, about water holes that had dried up since the last party passed through, and about the vast distances that remained to be covered. The surveys produced detailed maps and reports that influenced where railroads were eventually built, where military forts were established, and where settlement was encouraged or discouraged. They also began generating the systematic data about desert environments that would eventually inform conservation efforts and scientific understanding. Later in the 19th century, agencies like the US Geological Survey and the US Army Corps of Engineers continued this work, treating the Southwest deserts as natural laboratories for geomorphology and arid land hydrology. Scientists studied ephemeral streams that flowed only after rains, mapped aquifer systems that might support future development, and documented desert vegetation patterns. Their systematic notes on ephemeral streams, aquifers, and desert vegetation began to inform early conservation debates, influencing where dams were built, which lands were set aside as reserves, and how fragile the supposedly empty country really was. This scientific attention would eventually contribute to early conservation movements. The recognition that deserts had value beyond potential agricultural or mineral extraction, that they harbored unique ecosystems, served as watersheds for distant rivers, and possessed beauty and scientific importance, grew partly from the detailed observations made by these survey parties. To complete our world tour of desert exploration, we should visit, at least briefly, some of the world's other significant deserts, each with its own exploration history and distinctive character. The Atacama Desert, stretching along the Pacific coast of Chile and extending into Peru and Bolivia, holds the distinction of being the driest place on Earth. Some weather stations in the Atacama have never recorded rainfall. This extreme aridity creates landscapes of salt flats, ancient lake beds, and rock formations sculpted by wind rather than water. Early exploration of the Atacama combined mining interests. The region holds valuable nitrate and copper deposits. With scientific curiosity about how life persists in such extreme conditions, travelers crossing the Atacama contend with not just dryness, but with high altitude in many areas, where the thin air makes exertion more difficult and where nights are bitterly cold despite daytime heat. The challenges are different from those in the Sahara or Arabia. Water is absent, not just scarce, and the altitude adds physiological stress that low elevation deserts don't impose. Yet peoples, including the Atacameno, had lived in the region for thousands of years, developing sophisticated systems for capturing the little water that exists and for moving goods across this harsh terrain. The Namib Desert of southwestern Africa, particularly in Namibia, presented yet another distinctive environment. Unlike the Sahara's vast sand seas or Arabia's stony plains, the Namib features enormous red dunes, some of the tallest in the world, marching down to the Atlantic coast where cold ocean currents create fog that rolls inland. This fog provides moisture that allows unique adaptations. Beetles that collect water from fog condensing on their bodies. Plants that absorb fog moisture through specialized structures. Early exploration of the Namib was complicated by its coastal position and by colonial dynamics in southern Africa. German and British exploration in the late 19th and early 20th centuries often served imperial interests, mapping territories for potential exploitation. But the same explorations generated scientific knowledge about desert ecology and about how life adapts to extreme aridity. The Namib's fog deserts showed that desert was not a single category, but encompassed many different environments, each with its own challenges and its own suite of adaptations. The Kalahari, straddling Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa, is sometimes called a thirst land rather than a true desert because parts receive enough rainfall to support grasses and scattered trees. The San peoples had lived in the Kalahari for millennia, developing extraordinary knowledge of its ecology, knowing where to find water-bearing roots and tubers, understanding animal behavior and plant cycles that allowed survival where European newcomers saw only death. European exploration of the Kalahari in the 19th century, including by David Livingstone and others, often portrayed it as a barrier to be crossed rather than a homeland to be understood. But Livingstone's writings also conveyed respect for sand knowledge and for the sophistication of their desert survival strategies. The Kalahari explorations highlighted the difference between indigenous knowledge accumulated over generations and explorers' temporary observations, showing that what seems barren to an outsider can be rich to those who know how to read and use the environment. The Thar Desert, straddling the India-Pakistan border, has been crossed by traders armies and pilgrims for thousands of years. Its exploration history is less about European explorers discovering it than about the gradual incorporation of local knowledge into formal geographical science. The Thar's relatively high population density compared to other deserts. It has supported agricultural communities along its edges and nomadic pastoralists in its interior, meant that it was never unknown in the way remote areas of the Sahara or Arabia were unknown. British colonial surveys in the 19th century documented the Thar's extent and characteristics, but they were mapping and measuring what local peoples already knew. The surveys generated data useful for administration and military planning, but they didn't fundamentally change understanding of how to live in and travel through the region. The Thar reminds us that exploration often means translation, taking knowledge that exists in one cultural context and translating it into the languages and formats of another culture. If we extend the definition of desert to include polar deserts, regions where precipitation is minimal even though water exists as ice, then Antarctica represents perhaps the ultimate desert exploration story. The early 20th century expeditions to Antarctica by Scott, Shackleton, Amundsen, and others faced challenges recognizably similar to those faced in hot deserts. Vast, featureless terrain where navigation was difficult, extreme temperatures, isolation, and the constant threat of death from exposure or from failure to find supplies. The cold obviously adds dimensions that hot deserts lack, and the presence of ice and snow creates different practical problems than sand and rock. But the psychological challenges, the emptiness, the monotony, the need for absolute discipline in route finding and resource management, parallel those of desert travel. Antarctic explorers' accounts of their camps, of the long polar nights, of the calculations about whether to push forward or turn back, echo the accounts from the Sahara and Arabia. The exploration of polar regions generally falls outside our scope tonight, but it's worth noting that when Antarctic explorers like Scott wrote about their experiences, they often invoked desert imagery. The Antarctic interior was the White Desert, the Polar Desert, and Scott himself compared Antarctic exploration to desert travel, suggesting that the fundamental experiences, confronting vastness and emptiness, enduring extreme conditions, depending entirely on careful preparation and discipline, transcended the differences between hot and cold. As we think about all these crossings, from Ibn Battuta's caravan waiting out the heat beneath awnings in the Sahara, to Thomas and his Bedouin reading stars at a silent well in the Rub al-Khali, from Giles counting days without water before discovering Queen Victoria's Spring, to Andrew's fossil hunters, writing labels by carbide lamp in the Gobi, from Burke and Wills missing their rendezvous at Cooper Creek by hours, to Madigan's scientists cataloguing sand ridges in the Simpson. We can see common threads despite the vastly different times, places, and motivations. Desert exploration always required humility before the environment. Those who survived were those who respected the desert's capacity to kill, who prepared carefully, who listened to those who knew the land better than they did. The successful explorations combined courage with caution, ambition with realism. They required both physical hardship and mental discipline, both individual determination and teamwork. Many of these explorations also involved exploitation of local knowledge, of indigenous guides, sometimes of indigenous peoples more directly through the slave trade or displacement from traditional lands. The caravans crossing the Sahara carried enslaved people alongside gold and salt. The European explorers in Arabia and Australia were often advance agents for colonial expansion, that would dispossess indigenous peoples. We cannot tell these stories of exploration without acknowledging these darker dimensions. Yet the explorations also generated knowledge that has lasting value. The maps, the natural history observations, the documentation of landscapes and peoples, these contribute to human understanding, even as we recognize the problematic context in which they were created. And some explorations, particularly those conducted with respect for local knowledge and genuine scientific purpose, advance understanding without requiring displacement or exploitation. The night scenes from these explorations, firelight in the desert darkness, exhausted travelers resting after a long day's march, guides reading the stars and sand to navigate onward. These images connect us across time to fundamental human experiences of challenge, endurance, and discovery. Whether it was a medieval Moroccan traveler, a Victorian English gentleman, or a contemporary ultra-runner, each faced the same vast emptiness and the same need to find within themselves the resources to continue. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you might imagine yourself at one of these desert camps. Feel the cooling air as night falls after the day's heat. See the fire crackling, casting dancing shadows. Smell the smoke and the dust. Hear the quiet conversations of companions, the sound of camels shifting nearby, or perhaps the idle of a vehicle engine ticking as it cools. Above, the stars are brilliant in the clear desert air, the same stars that guided travelers for thousands of years. Tomorrow, the journey continues. There will be more sand to cross, more ridges to climb, more waterholes to find. But tonight, there is rest. There is the companionship of others who share the journey, and there is the quiet satisfaction of distance covered and challenges met. Tomorrow's difficulties can wait. For now, there is only the present moment, the warmth of the fire, and the slow approach of sleep beneath the desert stars. The deserts remain still vast, still capable of testing those who venture into them, but they are no longer unknown. The crossings we followed tonight transformed blank spaces on maps into documented terrain, turned fear into understanding, and revealed that even the emptiest quarters harbor life, beauty, and lessons for those patient enough to learn them. The work of understanding deserts continues, now focused less on crossing them for the first time than on understanding their ecology, protecting their fragile environments, and learning to live sustainably in these arid lands. But the fundamental appeal of the desert, the clarity it offers, the way it strips away the inessential and tests what remains, that appeal persists. People still venture into deserts, seeking challenge, seeking solitude, seeking some understanding of themselves that only such places can provide. The methods change, the motivations shift, but the human encounter with vast emptiness continues, each person finding in the desert what they bring to it: fear or peace, struggle or acceptance, emptiness or fullness. The rhythm of desert travel, whether by camel or by foot, or eventually by vehicle, creates its own patterns that shape the experience in ways that those who haven't crossed deserts might not appreciate. Days begin before dawn, when the air is still cool and the sky lightens gradually from black to deep blue to the pale wash of early morning. This is when travelers move, before the sun climbs high enough to make physical effort dangerous. The early hours might see 5 or 6 hours of steady progress, whether that means the rolling gait of camels carrying their loads across sand, or the steady trudge of people on foot through gravel plains. As the sun rises higher and temperatures climb, travel typically stops. Shelters are erected tents if the party carries them. Simple awnings of cloth stretched over poles. or in some cases, just the shadow cast by a vehicle or camel. The midday hours are for waiting, for enduring, sometimes for dozing if sleep is possible in the heat. Conversation tends to be minimal during these hours. Energy conserved against the afternoon when travel might resume, or against the evening when camp will need to be properly established. If afternoon travel occurs, it's typically shorter than the morning march, perhaps 3 or 4 hours before the sun approaches the horizon and temperatures begin to drop. Evening brings relief, the gradual cooling that makes the desert bearable again. This is when camps are properly arranged, when food is prepared, when equipment is checked and repaired, when conversations resume and stories are told. The transformation from day to night in the desert is dramatic. Temperatures plummeting as soon as the sun sets, the sky darkening to reveal stars in numbers and clarity that urban dwellers rarely see. These patterns were established over millennia of desert travel and remained largely constant, whether one was traveling with Ibn Battuta's medieval caravan or with Thesiger's Bedouin companions in the 20th century. Even motorized expeditions tended to maintain similar rhythms, traveling in the cooler hours and resting during the peak heat, though vehicles could cover distances in hours that would have taken caravans days. The psychological dimension of desert crossing deserves attention as well. The desert's vastness and emptiness create unique mental challenges. In forests or mountains, the landscape constantly changes. A new valley, a different ridge, varied vegetation. Even at sea, the state of the water varies, clouds move, weather shifts. But in deserts, particularly in the great sand seas or across endless gravel plains, the landscape can remain essentially unchanged for days. This sameness becomes oppressive. The horizon, always tantalizingly close and yet never reached, creates a sense of futility that must be overcome through mental discipline and trust in navigation. Mirages add to the psychological challenge. The shimmer of heat rising from sand or rock can create perfect illusions of water where none exists, of distant trees, of buildings or other features that vanish as one approaches. Early travelers, not understanding the optics involved, sometimes made disastrous decisions based on these illusions, pursuing what they thought was water until exhaustion or thirst overcame them. Even travelers who understood mirages intellectually found them difficult to ignore emotionally. The human brain so wants water to exist that it's hard not to believe the eyes even when reason insists otherwise. The social dynamics of desert crossings also warrant consideration. Small groups traveling together for weeks or months develop intense bonds, the kind of connections that form when people depend entirely on one another for survival. A guide who knows where the next water lies, a companion who shares his rations when yours run low, a teammate who stays awake through his watch, so the camp isn't surprised by raiders or sandstorms. These create relationships different from ordinary friendships. Many explorers wrote of their guides and companions with deep affection and respect, recognizing debts that could never be fully repaid. But the same isolation and dependence could create tensions, disagreements about route, about when to rest and when to push on, about how to distribute scarce resources. These could strain relationships to breaking point. Some expeditions fractured, with parties splitting up or turning back because personalities clashed or because trust broke down. Burke and Will's tragedy was partly a story of failed relationships, of Burke's inability to maintain the loyalty and cooperation of his team, of decisions made in isolation rather than through consultation. The role of local knowledge in desert exploration cannot be overstated. Every successful crossing we've discussed tonight depended, directly or indirectly, on information accumulated over generations by peoples who knew the deserts intimately. The Tuareg and Sanhaja guides who led caravans across the Sahara, the Rashid Bedouin who showed Thomas and Thesiger routes through the empty quarter, the Aboriginal Australians who showed European explorers where to find water. Without this knowledge, most exploring parties would have died. Yet this dependence was often inadequately acknowledged in the written records. European and American explorers typically portrayed themselves as the protagonists of their narratives, with local guides appearing as supporting characters or even as obstacles to overcome. The guides' names often went unrecorded or appeared only in passing. The sophisticated environmental knowledge they possessed was sometimes described as instinct, rather than recognized as learned expertise accumulated and refined over generations. This pattern reflected broader colonial attitudes, but also practical considerations of audience and genre. Explorers writing for European or American audiences knew those readers wanted stories of individual heroism and achievement, not accounts that emphasized dependence on local guides. The literary conventions of exploration narrative favored certain kinds of storytelling. Only gradually, and often only in retrospect, has the crucial role of indigenous and local knowledge been properly recognized. Water management is perhaps the most critical practical challenge of desert travel. The human body needs water constantly, losing it through breathing, through sweating, through basic metabolic processes. In the desert, these losses accelerate. Sweat evaporates so quickly in the dry air that one might not realize how much water is being lost. The temptation to drink more is constant, but water supplies are limited, and the distance to the next source might be several days. Managing this tension between immediate thirst and future survival requires constant calculation and iron discipline. Different desert crossings use different strategies. Caravans typically carried water in goat skins or similar containers, with each person and animal allotted specific amounts per day. The calculations had to account for evaporation losses from the skins themselves, for the fact that water quality degraded over time in warm conditions, and for emergency reserves in case the journey took longer than expected, or if a known water source proved dry. European and American explorers often carried metal canteens or barrels, which reduced evaporation compared to leather bags but added weight. Some experimented with canvas bags that could be soaked to provide evaporative cooling for the water inside, though this created a paradox of using water to cool water. Modern desert travelers have nylon and plastic containers that minimize evaporation and contamination, but the fundamental calculations remain. How much water can be carried? How much is needed per day? And what margin of safety is appropriate? The search for water shaped every decision. Routes were chosen not based on the most direct line between points, but on where water could be found. A longer route with reliable wells might be far safer than a shorter route across waterless expanses. Reading the landscape for signs of water became an essential skill. Certain plant species indicating water near the surface, the behavior of birds and insects providing clues, the texture and color of rock suggesting possible seeps or springs. When water was found, it might be crystal clear, or it might be brackish, alkaline, or contaminated with animal waste. Travelers learned to filter or boil water when possible, or simply to drink whatever was available and hope illness didn't follow. Some springs were guarded by local groups who controlled access and charged for water, creating political and economic dimensions to what might seem like a purely environmental challenge. Navigation across deserts presented its own set of problems. In the daytime, the sun provides a rough east-west reference, but pinpoint navigation requires more precision. At night, stars provide that precision. Polaris indicating true north in the northern hemisphere. The Southern Cross providing orientation in the southern hemisphere. Various other star patterns offering navigational information to those trained to read them. But star navigation requires clear skies, and it requires knowing how to read the stars accurately. This isn't simple knowledge, but sophisticated expertise. The position of stars changes through the night and through the seasons. The angle of stars above the horizon relates to latitude. Calculating position from stellar observations involves understanding spherical geometry and having tables or charts relating star positions to locations on Earth. Most explorers could take basic star sightings, but depended on more expert navigators for precise work. Desert peoples developed non-stellar navigation techniques as well. The direction of prevailing winds shapes sand dunes in consistent patterns, so understanding these patterns allows navigation even when the sun and stars are hidden. The quality of sand or rock changes gradually across desert regions, so experienced guides can sometimes determine location from the texture of material underfoot, even the way sound carries or doesn't carry. In desert environments provides information about terrain and potential hazards. With mechanical and electronic navigation, these skills have become less essential, but they haven't disappeared entirely. GPS can fail, batteries die, equipment breaks. Modern desert travelers are advised to learn traditional navigation techniques as backup to understand their environment well enough to make decisions even when technology isn't available. The transformation of desert exploration from individual or small group expeditions to scientific research expeditions represents an important shift. Early crossings were often about simply getting from one place to another, or about the glory of being first. Later expeditions increasingly included scientists whose purpose was to understand the desert as a system, its geology, its ecology, its climate. This shift brought new kinds of equipment and new rhythms to desert travel. Instead of pushing forward as quickly as conditions allowed, scientific expeditions stopped frequently to collect samples, to make observations, to document what they found. Instead of traveling light, they carried instruments, collection containers, notebooks, cameras. The expeditions became slower, but generated knowledge that purely geographical exploration could not. Madigan's Simpson Desert Crossing exemplifies this transition. The expedition wasn't just crossing the desert, but studying it systematically, creating the first detailed scientific description of the region. The evening camps became field stations where specimens were prepared and data recorded. The journey's value wasn't in being first. Aboriginal people had been in the Simpson for thousands of years, and some pastoralists had already visited the edges. But in creating a scientific baseline, in documenting a complex ecosystem systematically. Similarly, Andrew's Central Asiatic expeditions in the Gobi prioritized scientific discovery over geographical exploration. They were looking for fossils and archaeological sites, and their route choices were dictated by geological considerations rather than by trying to be first across particular regions. The expeditions showed that deserts, far from being empty wastelands, could be extraordinarily rich in scientific value. This scientific turn eventually influenced how deserts were valued. If deserts were just obstacles to be crossed, then their transformation through development made sense. Why not build roads, establish settlements, exploit mineral resources? But if deserts were ecosystems with unique flora and fauna, if they preserved geological and paleontological records of immense value, if they harbored archaeological treasures, Then preservation became more important than development. The shift from exploration to science helped enable later conservation movements that sought to protect desert environments. The mechanization of desert travel deserves extended consideration. The Citroën expeditions of the 1920s demonstrated that motor vehicles could cross deserts, but early vehicles were fragile and fuel-hungry. They required substantial support infrastructure, fuel depots pre-positioned along routes, spare parts carried in large quantities, mechanics capable of field repairs. For several decades, vehicles and camels coexisted in desert transportation, with each having advantages for different purposes. Vehicles could carry heavy loads over long distances relatively quickly, but they were vulnerable to breakdowns and required fuel that had to be transported into the desert at great cost. Camels were slower and carried less per animal, but they were more reliable. They could eat desert vegetation that vehicles couldn't use, and if worst came to worst, a camel could be slaughtered for food and water, providing emergency resources that a vehicle couldn't offer. By mid-century, vehicles had largely supplanted camels for desert transportation in most regions, but this was as much about the transformation of deserts themselves as about vehicle technology improving. Roads were built across formerly trackless regions, fuel stations established, rescue services organized. As deserts became more accessible and less dangerous, the advantage swung decisively toward vehicles. By the late 20th century, traditional camel caravans existed primarily for tourism or for reaching the few remaining areas where vehicles couldn't go. This mechanization changed the nature of desert experience, where travelers with camels experienced the desert at camel pace. Seeing the gradual changes in landscape, modern travelers in vehicles cross deserts in hours or days that once took weeks or months. The desert becomes something to get through rather than something to experience. The distance between towns on a desert highway passes in air-conditioned comfort, with entertainment systems and communication devices insulating travelers from the environment outside. Some argue that this represents progress, that the transformation of deserts from dangerous barriers to mere inconveniences is an achievement to celebrate. Others lament the loss of desert as wilderness, the elimination of spaces where humans must adapt to the environment, rather than bending the environment to human needs. Both perspectives have validity, and the tension between them continues in debates over desert conservation and development. The role of indigenous peoples in desert exploration narratives requires careful attention. As mentioned earlier, local knowledge was essential for virtually every successful desert crossing. Yet indigenous peoples were often poorly represented in exploration accounts. But beyond this representational issue lies a more fundamental question. What constitutes exploration? From a European or American perspective, someone like Bertram Thomas explored the empty quarter because he was the first Westerner to cross it, and because he produced a published account and maps that entered into European geographical knowledge. But from a Bedouin perspective, the desert was already known. The Rashid guides who accompanied Thomas were traveling through familiar territory, places they had been before, or that their relatives had described to them. They were guiding, not exploring. This raises questions about whose knowledge counts as knowledge. If Aboriginal Australians had been crossing what Europeans called the Simpson Desert for thousands of years, in what sense was it unexplored? The fact that Aboriginal knowledge hadn't been written down and mapped in European fashion didn't mean the desert was unknown. It was known, just in different ways and to different people than the European explorers and their audiences. Modern exploration literature has become more sensitive to these issues, more likely to acknowledge indigenous knowledge and to question the language of discovery and first crossing. But the historical records we've drawn on tonight mostly come from an era when such acknowledgement was minimal, and we must read them with awareness of what they exclude or misrepresent. The legacy of desert exploration extends beyond geographical knowledge. The expeditions generated practical information about desert survival, about water management and navigation, and clothing and equipment adapted to desert conditions. This information proved valuable not just for future explorers, but for military forces, for commercial operations, for researchers and tourists. The techniques developed for desert exploration eventually benefited anyone working or traveling in arid environments. The exploration literature also contributed to popular imagination and to tourism. Burton's and Doughty's accounts of Arabian deserts, Giles's descriptions of Australian deserts, Hedin's tales of Central Asian expeditions. These books found wide audiences and created romantic images of deserts that persist today. The desert as a place of purification, of testing, of stark beauty. These ideas, while rooted in real desert experiences, were also shaped and amplified by exploration narratives. Desert tourism eventually followed exploration, with travelers seeking to experience what they had read about. Some came for adventure, others for spiritual reasons, still others simply as sightseers. This tourism has brought both benefits and challenges to desert regions, economic opportunities for local communities, but also environmental pressures, cultural impacts, and sometimes conflicts over how deserts should be used and who should control access to them. As we approach the end of our journey tonight, it's worth reflecting on what draws humans to deserts despite their harshness. Part of the answer is practical. Deserts separate regions where people live, so crossing them provides access to trade opportunities, to new territories, to strategic advantages. But practical necessity doesn't fully explain why people like Thesiger, or more recent desert travelers, seek out these environments when they have options to avoid them. There seems to be something about deserts that appeals to certain temperaments. The simplicity, perhaps, in the desert. Needs are reduced to basics: water, food, shelter, companionship. The complications of ordinary life fall away, replaced by immediate physical challenges. The clarity of desert light, the vast skies, the silence. These create conditions for reflection and for a particular kind of peace that some people crave. The desert also tests. It reveals what people are capable of, how they respond to hardship, whether they have the mental and physical resources to continue when conditions are awful and the goal seems impossibly distant. Some people need such testing, need to push their limits to understand themselves. The desert provides that opportunity with absolute honesty. It doesn't care about your ambitions or your self-image, only about whether you're prepared and resilient enough to survive. And there is beauty in deserts, though it's a beauty that reveals itself slowly. The subtle colors of rock and sand, the sculptural quality of dunes shaped by wind, the surprising burst of life after rare rains, the star-filled night skies. These reward patient observation. Desert beauty isn't lush or comfortable, but it has an austere magnificence that many find moving. As you rest now, let the images of these desert crossings accompany you towards sleep. Imagine the morning departure of Ibn Battuta's caravan from Sijil Masa. Hundreds of camels being loaded as the sky lightens. The guides checking their supplies one last time before the long crossing begins. Picture Thesiger and his Rashid companions at a well in the empty quarter. The night utterly silent except for their quiet conversation. The stars so bright they seem close enough to touch. See Giles and his men discovering Queen Victoria Spring after desperate days without water. the relief and joy of that moment when despair transforms into salvation. Envision Andrew's team at the flaming cliffs, carefully extracting dinosaur eggs from the ancient sandstone, working by lamplight to document their discovery before darkness forces them to stop. Watch Burke and Wills arriving at Cooper Creek just hours too late. The tragedy of that near miss playing out in slow motion. Observe Madigan's scientists around their evening fire in the Simpson. Notebooks open, specimens being catalogued. The work of transforming exploration into science continuing even after the day's march has ended. These scenes, and countless others from our journey tonight, are part of human history, part of the story of how we came to understand the deserts that cover so much of our planet. The people in these scenes had different motivations, different backgrounds, different levels of preparation, and different amounts of luck. But all of them ventured into emptiness and returned with knowledge, adding piece by piece to the collective understanding that allows us now to see deserts not as blank spaces, but as complex environments worthy of respect and study. The empty quarters are not truly empty, we understand now. They teem with life adapted to harsh conditions. They preserve records of Earth's history written in rock and sand. They offer lessons about resilience and adaptation. The explorers who cross these deserts helped us see beyond the surface barrenness to the richness beneath, even as their expeditions often served problematic colonial projects or came at the cost of indigenous peoples' rights and knowledge. As you drift into sleep, carry with you the quiet confidence of those who crossed deserts and survived, who found water when it seemed there could be none, who navigated by stars through trackless wastes, who endured hardships we can barely imagine. Their courage and endurance, their willingness to venture into the unknown, their determination to return and share what they learned. These are qualities worth honoring, even as we acknowledge the complexity of exploration history. Rest beneath the desert stars, in imagination, if not in reality. Let the silence of the desert night settle over you. Let the vastness of the sky above and the sand below remind you of your small place in the universe and of the great capacity humans have to face challenges and endure. The desert teaches humility but also strength, teaches limitation but also possibility. Let these lessons accompany you gently into sleep and wake tomorrow with the knowledge that even the harshest landscapes can be crossed, understood, and appreciated. The empty quarters await those brave enough to enter them, patient enough to learn from them, and wise enough to leave them better than they found them. As we've journeyed across the world's deserts tonight, from the Sahara to Arabia to Australia to Central Asia to the Americas and beyond, certain patterns have emerged. Desert exploration, regardless of location or era, has always involved navigation between what different peoples knew. Indigenous or long-resident peoples understood their homelands intimately, while outsiders brought different kinds of knowledge, instruments and mapping techniques, linked to distant centers of learning and power, sometimes different questions or different ways of seeing. The most successful explorations were those that combined these different knowledge systems respectfully. Naktigal's slow, systematic observations in the central Sahara, Doughty's immersion in Arabian culture, Anza's explicit reliance on indigenous guides, Stewart's patient accumulation of experience across multiple attempts. These approaches acknowledge that exploration was not about conquering the unknown, but about learning from those who already knew, and about adding new kinds of documentation to existing knowledge. Less successful explorations often failed because they ignored local knowledge, or because they prioritized speed and dramatic achievement over careful preparation. Burke and Wills's tragedy stemmed partly from Burke's refusal to learn adequately from Aboriginal peoples who could have taught him where to find food and water. Some Saharan expeditions failed because they rushed into regions without adequate intelligence about conditions, trusting technology or determination to overcome difficulties that proper planning might have avoided. Nachtigall writing up notes by lamplight in Tibesti, Almasi documenting rock art at the Gilf Kabir, Stein cataloguing manuscripts at Taklamakan sites, Anza consulting with guides about tomorrow's route, all participated in the same basic pattern of desert exploration, where daytime movement alternated with evening consolidation of knowledge and planning for the next day's challenges. The transformation of deserts from barriers to understood environments, from blank spaces on maps to documented territories with known characteristics, happened through the accumulation of countless individual observations and experiences. No single expedition completed this transformation. Instead, each journey added data points. Each explorer contributed pieces to a puzzle that remains incomplete even today. We understand far more about deserts now than explorers did 2 centuries ago, but much remains unknown, and climate change is creating new unknowns as desert boundaries shift and as precipitation patterns change. Modern desert research continues the work those early explorers began, but with different tools and different questions. Satellite imagery reveals patterns invisible from ground level. Climate monitoring stations collect data continuously rather than depending on occasional observations. Genetic analysis of desert organisms reveals evolutionary histories and relationships. Archaeological techniques have advanced enormously, allowing recovery of information from sites that earlier investigators would have missed or damaged. Yet some things remain constant. Desert research still requires endurance, still demands careful planning, still depends on respecting the environment's power to kill the unprepared. And desert travel still creates the distinctive experiences that explorers have written about for centuries. The silence, the vastness, the alternation between harsh daytime conditions and beautiful evening peace. The bond formed between people who depend on each other in difficult circumstances. As we near the end of our journey tonight, let us return once more to those evening camps, those spaces of rest and reflection that punctuate every desert crossing. Whether it was a medieval Moroccan scholar's caravan resting beneath awnings in the Sahara, or Victorian explorers checking instruments by lamplight in Australia, or 20th century scientists cataloguing specimens in the Gobi, or contemporary researchers downloading data from monitoring equipment in the Atacama, these evening moments share common qualities. There is relief as the day's heat fades and temperature becomes bearable again. There is satisfaction in distance covered and challenges met. There is anticipation of tomorrow's journey mixed with apprehension about what difficulties it might bring. There is camaraderie among companions who share the experience, and there is the opportunity for reflection, for thinking about the day's observations, for considering what it all means. In these evening hours, the harsh desert becomes almost gentle. The wind often dies down. The sky, as darkness comes, reveals stars in stunning clarity and numbers. The sounds soften, quiet conversations, the crackle of a fire if there is wood, the occasional call of night birds, or the rustle of small animals venturing from daytime shelter. The desert night is not silent, but it is quiet, a quality of sound that allows contemplation in ways that ordinary life rarely permits. Let yourself rest now in one of these camps, in imagination. Feel the cooling air on your skin. See the last light fading from the western horizon, the stars beginning to emerge. Smell the dust and smoke. Hear the quiet sounds of camp settling down for the night. You are safe here, surrounded by companions. protected by the knowledge and preparations that allow humans to survive in these harsh places. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, but tomorrow can wait. Tonight there is only rest. The empty quarters we have crossed tonight are not truly empty, we understand now. They hold life, they preserve history, they offer lessons. The explorers who ventured into these places, some seeking fame, some seeking knowledge, some simply seeking to understand themselves, all return changed by the experience. The desert has that power to strip away the inessential and to reveal what remains. It demands truth because false beliefs lead to death. It rewards patience because impatience leads to mistakes. It teaches humility because human power means nothing to sand and sun and wind. As sleep approaches, carry these desert lessons with you. Patience, preparation, respect for the environment and for those who know it better. Recognition that achievement comes through sustained effort rather than dramatic gestures. Understanding that we are all temporary travelers through ancient landscapes that will persist long after we are gone. The desert teaches these lessons to all who venture into it and who are wise enough to learn. If you're still awake, if these stories have brought you peace, please consider liking, subscribing, or sharing your midnight reflections with us. Your support helps our community grow and allows us to reach other fellow explorers wishing to find their rest. Rest now beneath the desert stars that have watched over travelers for millennia. Dream perhaps of dawn departures, of horizons gradually revealed, of waterholes found and oases reached. Dream of companionship in hardship, of knowledge hard won, of beauty discovered in harshness. The desert awaits those who approach it with respect, and it rewards patience with understanding. Sleep well, traveler, and wake tomorrow, knowing that even the emptiest quarters have taught us much, and that every journey across them adds to human understanding of our remarkable, challenging, beautiful planet.